wasting my time. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. The room went quiet, slow around me, like they sensed I'd bring the light. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. Songs about the midnight train. I played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train, songs about a cage of gold and every ounce of hard-earned pain. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. Said, boy, you're singing my whole life, and I ain't never told a soul, but you just testified. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Ain't heard truth like that in this room since my late husband's final vows. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I played the near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. I played on near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. But every song felt lighter than the one that came before it, like shedding skin. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Man who plays like that deserves a roof, deserves a chance to plant a seed. I laid awake that night in Miss Odessa's back room, listening to the river, moving slow past the window, and I thought about something that old riverboat man said to me. You're singing my whole life. That's when it hit me clear, clearer than it ever had in Memphis. With all them lights and all them numbers, Ray kept counting. The music was never about making myself into somebody bigger. It was about giving folks a place to put down what they'd been carrying alone. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's silence, Ray's fine print, all of it had just been teaching me how to carry other people's hurt inside a song. Gentle enough that they could finally set their own hurt down for a minute. I thought about Big Sam's words about the blues not coming from applause. I understood them fully now, laying in that quiet room by the river. The blues comes from being honest enough to let a stranger see you clear. Odessa's little bar got full of words spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding its way around. Delilah, sing it true, sing it true, sing it Tracy. Miss Odessa said one evening, you ever think of settling down? I told her the road still called me soft, now less like a frown. Said this town's further on, I need a song they ain't heard yet. She smiled and said, well, don't be a stranger, Jesse, this river don't forget. One night in Vicksburg turned a minute, and I'm grateful for them all. One night in Vicksburg taught me something bigger than any concert hall. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and Rivertown I'll always recall. I stayed down on that little stage, playing every single night. I stayed in Vicksburg 2 more weeks, playing every single night. Miss Odessa's little bar got full, word spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding. The car rolls into Nashville with the sun still climbing high. Buildings taller than the cotton silos back home. Jesse presses his palm against the window glass and stares at a city that don't know his name, but's about to own. Callaway checks him into a hotel with a real doorman. Says this is where the real money starts to come around. Jesse sets his 6 strings on a bed too clean to touch. Feels the weight of everything he's leaving in the ground. Big Sam's letters come less often. Clarksdale feels far off. A postcard here, a phone call there, the distance start to grow. Jesse writes back doing fine. Sam, wish that you could see this, but some nights he don't know exactly what it means, or don't quite know. The label sets a meeting with executives in suits, talking numbers, talking contracts, talking bigger, talking more. Jesse nods along and signs where they tell him he should sign, not reading every line the way his daddy taught him for. A woman at the label office catches Jesse's eye. Name of Loretta with a laugh like church bells ringing clear. Callaway says, careful boy, but Jesse just keeps looking. Something in her smile feels warmer than he's felt all year. Nights start blurring into parties in the higher rooms. Whiskey glasses passed around like water at a well. Jesse plays for smaller crowds of richer, louder people. Different from the juke joints, different, and it's hard to tell. And the city lights keep burning brighter than the Clarksdale stars, and the whiskey glass keeps filling faster than the passing cars. 6 strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up, I ain't watching close. 6 strings in the big house, further from my father. balcony one warm October night. Says you play like a man who's carrying something heavy, cold. And Jesse tells her half the truth about a girl in a train. Loretta listens closer than the story that he told. Calloway pulls Jesse aside before the party's over. Says the label wants a new sound, something bigger, something bold. Says maybe soften up that Delta thing you're always playing. Jesse feels something tighten, feels the door start to close cold. Later that night, alone in the hotel room again, Jesse took his daddy's guitar out of its case and just held it for a while without playing anything. He thought about Big Sam's juke joint, the smoke, the smell of rain, the way the whole room used to breathe together when he played something honest. He thought about the meeting today, the men in suits, talking about him like he was a product on a shelf. Talking about softening, the very sound that got him out of Mississippi in the first place. He thought about Loretta's laugh, warm and easy, and how easy it would be to lose himself. And laughter that easy, in rooms this soft and whiskey glasses that never seemed to empty all the way. Jesse ran his thumb along the strings, slow, quiet, and whispered to the guitar like it might answer back. I ain't forgetting who I am, I ain't forgetting where I'm from. But even as he said it, some small and honest part of him wasn't so sure he believed it anymore. Morning comes and Calloway's got papers spread across the table. Bigger deal, bigger money, bigger name up in the lights. Jesse signs again, a little faster than the last time. Tells himself he's climbing, tells himself he's doing right. 6 strings in the big house, 6 strings in the big house. Come on, come further. Jesse's harmonica answers soft, uncertain now. Traffic and Reed tangled in the Nashville dark. 2 sounds pulling different ways, losing their mark. 6 strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up, I ain't watching close. 6 strings in the big house, further from my falling. Big Sam feels so far now, Delilah's just a ghost. Daddy's guitar's quieter than he used to sing. 6 strings in the big house, I'm becoming someone else's dream. Yeah, Nashville slips beneath him, neon dimming in the gray. Jesse stands out on the balcony, glass still in his hand. 6 strings resting silent in the corner of the room, wondering when the boy from Clarksdale turned into this man. After that record dropped, I heard it on the radio. 2 weeks after that record dropped, I heard it on the radio. Standing in a diner in Memphis, watched a stranger's foot start to go. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. I just sat there grinning quiet, feeling warm from head to spine. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Said, kid, the phone's been ringing off the hook, they want you across the land. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. I laughed and told her money don't mean much, but she just rolled her eyes, sweetheart. I called a Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. I called a Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. He didn't say much, just good for you, son. His voice sounded incomplete. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Shows in Nashville, Little Rock, and Baton Rouge. Ray booked me shows in Nashville, Little Rock, and Baton Rouge. Said this is just the beginning, kid, wait till the whole South's got the blues. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. Slept in cars and cheap hotels, but Lord, my star just kept and rose. Somewhere between Nashville and Little Rock, I stopped counting the miles. Started counting crowds instead. 500 here, 1,000 there. Folks singing my own words back at me louder than I could sing them myself. It should have felt like everything I ever wanted, and for a while, Lord help me, it did. But late at night, in some strange hotel room, guitar laying next to me, like the only friend who really knew me anymore. I think about Big Sam's fiddle humming soft in the copper kettle, and I'd wonder when exactly the music stopped being about the hurt and started being about the crowd. I didn't have an answer. I just kept packing my bag for the next town. Rosalie started traveling with me, always dressed to catch the eye. Rosalie started traveling with me, always dressed to catch the eye. Ray was always closing deals, counting money on the slide. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Started believing my own name and likes more than the boy I used to know. Another stage, another light. Every town looked just the same. Another stage, another light. I'd search the crowd sometimes, half hoping to see Delilah in the light. I'm spinning on the air now, but who's the man they hear? Who's the man? I'm spinning on the air now, further gone with every year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but I'm losing hope with standing here. and the bend. Word had spread beyond Vicksburg, past the river and the bend. Juke joint owners started calling out, wanting me to come and lend my voice in six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. My voice in six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. I started traveling circuit style, a different stage, every single hall. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. But the same kind of hunger in their eyes, the same kind of empty space. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. I started making real money now, but different than before. I started making real money now, but different than before. Every dollar had my own hands on it, wasn't skimmed off at raised back door. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat up amp, a sturdy case. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat up amp, a sturdy case. Started thinking about putting a band together, filling up the empty space. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a bass man outside Hattiesburg who could hold a groove from the very start. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tight and true. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tight and true. Willie's drums and Marcus on the bass, holding down the groove. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Wasn't Ray's machine behind it, just 3 men and an honest night. There's a difference I was learning between being built up by somebody else's hands and building something up yourself, brick by brick, town by town. Willie and Marcus didn't answer to no contract, they answered to the music. Same as me, we split every dollar even, 3 ways, no fine print. No green-eyed woman keeping tabs on my mood for somebody else's benefit. I thought about Ray Kingston sometimes, wondered if he'd heard about the juke joint circuit buzzing with my name on it. Wondered if it burned him, knowing he didn't own a single note of what we were building. I hoped it did, but mostly I was just grateful, sitting in the back of Willie's old truck between towns, watching the Mississippi countryside roll by. For the first time finding out what it felt like to build something true, with my own 2 hands alongside men who wanted nothing from me but the music itself. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. But every juke joint felt like family, not a single one felt like a test. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Marcus taught me how to laugh again, taught me how to settle down. Wow! We started calling ourselves shoulder and don't come with none to see me through. To a hall in Jackson Town, a marquee with his name spelled wrong, but spelled up bright and tall. Jesse stands out back and feels his stomach turn to water. Bigger than any juke joint, bigger than any hall. Backstage smells like sawdust and 100 cigarettes. A band he's never met is tuning up behind the door. Calloway says these are your boys now, they'll back you on the tour. Jesse shakes their hands but wonders what Big Sam's playing for. The house lights dim and someone hollers out his name. Jesse walks the boys like walking on a frozen creek. His six strings feel heavier than they ever felt before, standing where 1,000 eyes awaiting him to speak. First chord rings out shaky, then it finds its feet. The crowd goes quiet like a congregation bowing low. Jesse closes both his eyes and sees the Delta fields again. Sees the porch, the dust, the only home he used to know. Second song, the crowd starts clapping to the driving beat. Some girl up front is dancing with her eyes shut tight. Jesse feels a fire climbing up along his spine, different from the fires that he's felt on smaller nights. Third song's the one about the whiskey and the train. The whole room sings the chorus like they've always known the words. Jesse's chest goes tight with something he can't quite explain, a feeling bigger than the biggest sound he's ever heard. And the stage lights burn like sunrise and the crowd feels like a flood. Something's rising up inside and something moving through his blood. Six strings on the big stage, midnight trains a roar, whiskey glass forgotten in the thunder of the crowd. Six strings on the big stage, I ain't a boy no more. First time in my whole life I'm standing tall and loud. After the show, a line of faces waits behind the curtain. Girls with pens and paper, men with bottles in their hand. Someone hands him whiskey like it's water, like it's nothing. Jesse hesitates a moment, then he lets it warm his hand. Calloway's laughing loud, already talking bigger cities, talking Nashville, talking Chicago, talking names Jesse don't know. Jesse drinks a little more than he was drinking back in Clarksdale. Tells himself it's just tonight, just one more, we'll see how it goes. Later, in the quiet of the hotel room, Jesse sat on the edge of a bed too soft for Delta bones. His six strings leaning in the corner like a patient friend, and looked at his own reflection in the dark window glass. He thought about the boy who used to sleep in barns, who used to play for coins and cornbread, and wondered when exactly that boy had started disappearing. The whiskey in his glass wasn't the same whiskey Big Sam poured. It came in a different bottle from a different kind of man, handed to him by people who wanted something from his sound. He thought, just one drink don't change a man, just one big stage don't change a man. But somewhere far off, quiet as a whisper, a small voice reminded him that rivers don't change all at once either. They just bend a little more remembering the porch at home, wondering if the boy from Clarksdale still deserves his name. One more song. Jesse's harmonica answers. One more, just one more. Cheering and Reed tangled in the hall. Two sounds rising higher than the stage lights, higher than it all. Six strings on the big stage, midnight train to roar. Whiskey glass forgotten in the thunder of the crowd. Six strings on the big stage, I ain't a boy no more. Big Sam's far off watching, Delilah's in the clouds. Daddy's guitar is ringing louder than it's ever rung. Six strings on the big stage, my story's just begun. Jackson fade behind him as the car pulls out at dawn. Callaway talks Nashville like it's already won. Jesse looks out the window at the fields rolling past. Six strings in the backseat, wondering what he's become. Callaway drives him south to a hall in Jackson Town. A marquee with his name spelled wrong, but spelled up bright and tall. Jesse stands out back and feels his stomach turn to water. Bigger than any juke joint, bigger than any hall. Backstage smells like sawdust and 100 cigarettes. A band he's never met is tuning up behind the door. Callaway says, these are you boys now, they'll back you on the tour. Jesse shakes their hands but wonders what Big Sam's playing for. 'Cause the house lights dim and someone hollers out his name. Jesse walks the boards like walking on the frozen creek.
From the window as they hook up to the car, the moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like a royalty rolls away behind the tow truck, disappearing near and far. Callaway's lawyers say the debts have finally called the numbers, say the label's cutting losses, say the contracts are now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. Six strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry Mr. Cole, says he's got another job now driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager, watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby, quiet, sets an envelope. Says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, though the tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings in a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings in a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says he used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta and no Ray now. Just a rattling window seat in the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction. Full of hope and a business card and a future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed. The way he pictured it, maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is, until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did when the world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract he didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow, on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich. Before the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark, he wanted to try. The conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by, darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore. Delilah's just a sign. Daddy's guitar is all I kept from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears, just as I stay open watching red clay come in view. 6 strings resting on his lap, suitcase by his boots, riding on to Clarksdale, to the only truth he knew. We're positioning right at dawn outside the hotel entrance. We're positioning right at dawn outside the hotel entrance. We're positioning right at dawn outside the hotel entrance.
Repositioning a ride on outside the hotel entrance. Repositioning a ride on outside the hotel entrance. Repositioning a ride on outside the hotel entrance. Repositioning a ride on outside the hotel entrance. Repositioning a ride on outside the hotel entrance.
Now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him. Never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now, then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Just play your guitar, brother, and let me handle it all. Loretta starts to notice something changing in the numbers. Ask Jesse quiet questions when they're lying in the dark. Jesse waves it off and says that Ray's been like a brother. Loretta's face goes worried, but she just holds back and marks. Catches Ray on the telephone, talking low and quick to someone Jesse's never met. Ray hangs up quick and smiles and says it's nothing, just business. Jesse nods and lets it go, though something feels like death. The whiskey glasses multiply with every passing city. Jesse drinks to celebrate and drinks to ease the pace. Loretta watches from the wings with worry in her shoulders, watching Jesse's smile grow thinner underneath his face. And the money keeps on flowing, and Ray keeps counting fast. And somewhere in the shadows, something ain't gonna last. Six strings still ringing, midnight train still running, whiskey glass keeps filling while my brother counts the tape. Six strings still ringing, but something's coming undone. I trust the hand that's helping, don't know it's gonna break. Big Sam calls collect one night while Jesse's in Detroit. Says, boy, I heard some rumors about the man who's handling you. Jesse laughs it off, says, Sam, you're worrying for nothing. Ray's been with me since the start, he's always seen me through. Big Sam's voice goes quiet, then he says it slow and careful. Son, a man that counts your money ought to let you count it too. Ain't saying nothing's wrong, just saying watch a little closer. The road's got plenty wolves that wear a face that looks like you. Jesse hung up the phone that night and sat there for a long while, looking at the hotel wall like it might have answers written on it. He thought about Ray back in Clarksdale, sharing cornbread on a porch step when they were both just skinny boys, with nothing but a guitar and a dream between them. He thought about all the years since then, all the small favors, all the trust built up.
One handshake at a time, surely a man didn't change that much. Surely the boy who once gave Jesse half his sandwich when Jesse's own family had nothing to give. Surely that boy wouldn't turn into somebody else just because there was money in the room now. Jesse told himself that hard, but somewhere underneath the telling, a small cold feeling settled in his chest and didn't leave, not even after he fell asleep. Morning comes and Ray's already up and dressed for business, smiling wide and talking fast about the next big show. Jesse watches him a little closer than he did the day before. Ray don't seem to notice or pretends he doesn't know. Smooth, the man in fancy offices says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him, and never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. 3 months now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices, says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him, never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The show keep getting bigger, Chicago now then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. Loretta starts to notice something. Stern as a Sunday sermon. Junie's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Marcus warned me, watch yourself cold, he don't take kindly to no vermin. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could.
as a green cut wood. I'm asking June, his father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment like he was reading through my past. I'm asking June, his father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. I heard about Memphis, he said slow, heard about the life he led. I heard about Memphis, he said slow, heard about the life he led. Heard about women, heard about money, heard the road that you were fed. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. Told him about Delilah, Rosalie, Ray Kingston, told him truthfully, told him all. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. When I finished, he was quite a while before he looked at me again. I'm asking June, his father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. I marry fools who look much cleaner, standing pretty at my side. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. You sure you found it, son, or is this porch just one more town? I looked that old preacher dead in the eye, and for a moment I thought about every road I'd walked since Delilah left. The midnight train, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Memphis, Ray, Rosalie, the long walk back to the Copper Kettle, the juke joint circuit, Willie's kindness, and finally this very porch. And I told him the truest thing I knew. Sir, I've been lost enough times to know exactly what fine feels like now. I ain't perfect, and I ain't finished changing, but I know this. Every road I ever walked was leading me towards somebody who didn't need me to be nothing but honest. That's your daughter. I ain't asking to stop walking altogether, I'm asking if she'd walk it with me. And if you trust me enough to let her. He was quiet a long moment, then he stood up slow, held out his hand and said, well, that's the first honest thing a man said to me on this porch in a long while. Jesse Cole. He shook my hand firm and slow, said you got my blessing, son. He shook my hand firm and slow, said you got my blessing, son. But you break her heart the way that Memphis broke you. We'll have another run. I laughed relieved and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. I laughed relieved and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. He called Junie out onto the porch, said, girl, I believe he's fit for you. You
evening skies. I asked Julie's father, and now I'm asking Julie too. I asked Julie's father, promising a love that's honest and true. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a whole new life breaking there. Didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch. Didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Julie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Julie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Julie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Julie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer.
Position men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind a tow truck, disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. Say the labels cutting losses, say the contracts are now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby, quiet, sets an envelope. Says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up a conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says he used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta and no Ray now. Just a rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction, full of hope and a business card and the future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed. The way he'd pictured it, maybe the whole shining Nashville dream, had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is, until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did, when the world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract he didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow, on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich, but for the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark, he wanted to try. The conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore. Daddy's guitar is all I kept from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields, it's Mississippi nears. Jesse's eyes stay open, watching red clay come in view. 6 strings and his lap, the suitcase by the noose, to the only truth he knew. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at
dawn outside, Oates interest. Repossession and a ride at dawn outside.
The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. And there behind the bar stood Oates, same as always, same as far. Oates looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Oates looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Oates told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished, said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Oates just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up, slow and familiar, like a voice. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. I stood in that doorway a long moment, Guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did walking on to any stage in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, Ray's fine print, the whole gilded cage of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time. He looked up at me over his glasses, didn't seem the least bit grand. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drug back in the night. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drug back in the night. I laughed, first real laugh in months, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole truth in. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. He just listened quiet, nodded slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right here, still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and an old friend who still holds me dear. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass in Ray's fine car. Everything looked small now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I carried, coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story bit. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant before the lights. Comes from Callaway's lawyers, thick as any Bible. Says a label wants a meeting, says there's trouble with the books. Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out Ray's $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says the label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis, owns the masters, owns the publishing, owns near everything. Jesse feels his stomach drop the way it did that night at Beale Street, when he first picked up the pen and thought he understood the thing. You signed it, Mr. Cole, the lawyer says without much feeling. Standard clause we all agree about the pen he took too quick, too full of need. Calloway won't take his calls now, hiding behind secretaries. The friendly grin from Beale Street traded for a closing door. Jesse learns the hardest lesson of the whole big shining city, that the men who raised him up can drop him faster than before. Oh, the tour dates start to cancel, one, then two, then near a dozen. Word spreads quick through Nashville that the coal boys caused a stir. Jesse sits alone in hotel rooms that used to feel like kingdoms, watching all the diamonds turn to something dark and blurred. And the phone stops ringing daily, and the crowds start growing thin, and the paper that once raised him now is closing tighter in. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing to hold on to is written down in someone else's mind. Jesse calls Big Sam Collette, first time in near a year now. Voice cracking just a little when he says, Sam, I messed up bad. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't say I told you so, boy. Just says, come on home a while, son, ain't nothing here that's had. But Jesse can't come home just yet, there's shows still under contract. Lawyers say he's bound to play or face a bigger loss. Jesse picks his daddy's guitar up, heavier than ever, walks out to another stage, another debt, another cost. That night before the show, Jesse sat backstage alone and read through the contract one more time, slow, word by word, the way his daddy always told him to. Too late for it to matter now, but he read it anyway, like a man walking back through a house that's already burned down, just to understand how the fire started. He found his own signature at the bottom of page after page, each one a little smaller, a little more rushed than the last, like even his own hand had been getting tired of pretending to pay attention. He thought about the boy on the platform in the rain, holding a business card like it was made of glass. That boy hadn't known what glass could cut you. Jesse closed the contract and set it down, and picked up his guitar instead, the one document in his whole life that had never once tried to trick him. At least I still got you, he said quiet to no one, to the strings. The show that night is smaller than the ones from just months back. Empty seats scattered like missing teeth throughout the hall. Jesse plays anyway, plays honest like the old days back in Clarksdale. Feels something strange and almost peaceful, even as things fall. Jesse's harmonic answers,
that's all I've got tonight.
Silence and reed tangled in the half-filled hall.
2 sounds holding steady,
though everything might fall. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing. Big Sam's waiting patient, Delilah's far behind. Daddy's guitar is all that's left of everything that's mine. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, I'm running out of time. The marquee lights start flickering,
some bulbs already burned out. Jesse walks out to the empty street where his Cadillac still waits. 6 strings across his shoulder, like the day he left the Delta. Wondering if all this steep still has a floor that waits.
A friend one rainy afternoon. I sat down with a lawyer friend of a friend one rainy afternoon. Handed him that contract I'd been carrying like a tune. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. Then looked at me and said, son, I gotta ask you something, with a troubled kind of smile. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. He said Ray Kingston owns the Masters, owns the name you sing under too. He said Ray Kingston owns the Masters, owns the name you sing under too. Every dollar that record's making, only a nickel's coming back to you. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. Thought about the nights I trusted him, every handshake, every embrace. I thought about the day he found me, coffee steaming in his hand. I thought about the day he found me, coffee steaming in his hand. Called himself the man who'd help me, never said he owned the land. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. She just shrugged and said, that's business, Jesse, that's just how it's earned. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold, like she'd known the truth all along and never once had told. I stood outside that lawyer's office a long while, rain coming down soft. And I thought about Big Sam's letter, about the warning he gave me that night before I signed. Read every line, trust the music, not the man. I hadn't listened, I was too busy chasing lights and applause to notice the hand reaching into my pocket while it shook mine. I thought about going back to Ray, demanding answers, tearing up that paper. But something colder settled in me instead, a kind of quiet. I realized I didn't know who I was without the crowd anymore, and Ray knew that better than I did. That's the real fine print, I reckon. The part of a man he sells before he ever touches the contract. just smiled that easy smile, said, kid, you signed it, it exists. You want out, you're free to leave, he said, but you'll leave with empty hands. He said the name Jesse Cole, the songs you wrote, the mine understand. I stood there shaking, fist clenched tight, but the room had gone so still. He built a cage around my voice and dressed it up in gold until I walked out into that Memphis rain without a word to say. I walked out into that Memphis rain without a word to say. 6 strings on my shoulder and a debt I couldn't pay. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, and now I finally see. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, saying I ain't free. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but Dave Kingston owns the rest of me. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I'd carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the light, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. Smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. And there behind the bar stood Oates, same as always, same as far. Oates looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Oates looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Oates told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished. Said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Oates just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up, slow and familiar, like a voice I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. I stood in that doorway a long moment, guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did, walking on the inner stage in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, Ray's fine print, the whole gilded cage of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time. Slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. I pushed the door open slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. He looked up at me over his glasses, didn't seem the least bit grand. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done, drug back in tonight. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done, drug back in tonight. I laughed first real laughing once, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole truth in. Wow! I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. He just listened quiet, nodded slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year. A costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and then a friend who still holds me dear. Well, old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosening in my chest, a weight I'd carried, cotton unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now. call. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Rebooks the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says this is what the people pay. She watches from the wings each night with worry in her posture, watching how his hands now shake before the whiskey's laid. A woman finds him after shows now, different every city. Says she loves his music, says she's followed him for years. Jesse's lonely in the crowd of 10,000 people cheering. Sometimes lets the loneliness dissolve into 7 fears. Oh, Loretta finds a lipstick on a collar in Ohio. Doesn't say a word but packs a bag before the dawn. Jesse wakes up to a note instead of her beside him. Paid. 6 strings in too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keep filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings in too many rooms, everything feels rotten. I used to know the reason why I sing, but now I doubt. Big Sam writes another letter, this one shorter than the last. Says I heard about the girl, son, I'm sorry that she's gone. A man can't chase the whole world and hold on to what matters. You're running faster, Jesse, but I fear you're running wrong. Jesse folds a letter, smaller than the ones before it, puts it with the others in a drawer he doesn't check. Ray knocks again with contracts, bigger numbers, bigger cities. Jesse signs without much reading, adds another check. Somewhere around Cleveland, in a room that looked exactly like every other room he'd slept in for the past 6 months, Jesse woke up at 4 in the morning and didn't know what city he was in. He lay there in the dark, listening to his own heartbeat, and realized he couldn't remember the last time he played guitar just because he wanted to. Not for a crowd, not for a check, not for Callaway, not even for himself, just for the simple joy of a chord ringing true in an empty room. He thought about Loretta's note, folded somewhere in his jacket pocket, the paper going soft from how many times he'd unfolded it and read it again. He thought about Delilah on that first midnight train, so many years and so many rooms ago. He thought, when did leaving become the only thing I know how to do? He didn't have an answer, he just lay there until the sun came up gray through the curtains. And then he got up and got dressed, because there was a show that night. And the show, Ray always said, the show must go on. Cleveland's crowd don't know Loretta's gone, don't know about the letters, don't know the whiskey glasses stacking higher every night. They just want the music, want the diamond prince performing. Jesse gives it to them, hides a hollow out of sight.
a love that isn't there. 6 strings in too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings in too many rooms, everything feels rotten. Big Sam's letters piling up, I can't make out. Daddy's guitar is heavy now with everything I lost. 6 strings in too many rooms, I'm counting up the cost. Cleveland empties out at midnight, buses waiting in the rain. Jesse climbs aboard alone, Loretta's note still creased. 6 strings in the seat beside him, like the last true friend he's got. Riding on to one more city, one more show, one more feast. The tour keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, the same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Red books, the schedule tighter says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows gruffer, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond grips to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says this is what the people pay.
Catches Jesse in the hallway, says he's new with Calloway's office, needs a moment of his time. Jesse's tired and half listening as she spreads some papers open, says the numbers on the tour don't add up, don't quite align. She points to figures, points to dates, points to a name repeated, raised initials on withdrawals, Jesse never signed his name. Jesse squints down at the paper like the letters might rearrange themselves, feels the coldness spreading slow like winter through a window pane. Maybe it's a mix-up, Jesse says, though his voice sounds thin and doubtful. Hattie shakes her head and says I checked it 3 times through. Says it's near $10,000 moved to some account in Memphis. Says she thought that Mr. Cole deserved the chance to know the truth. Jesse thanks her, folds the paper, sits alone after she's leaving. Thinks of every handshake, every trust me brother Ray has said. Thinks of Clarksdale, thinks of cornbread, thinks of every debt repaid. Feels a decade of a friendship turning heavy as the dead. He doesn't call Ray right away, just sits there with the whiskey, pours it slow and watches how the amber catches light. Big Sam's warning echoes back from that Detroit phone call. Wolves that wear a face that looks like you, he was right. Jesse finds Ray in the lobby, laughing loud with someone new. Ray sees his face and something flickers quicker across his eyes. Jesse holds the papers up but doesn't say a word at first, just watches Ray's expression rearranging to surprise. And the lobby's gone to quiet, and the truth is sitting bare, and 10 years of a friendship hanging thin as Delta Air. 6 strings and a paper trail, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass, it's heavy in a hand that's shaking now. 6 strings and a paper trail, everything I'm failing to understand about a brother breaking every vow. Ray starts talking fast, says Jesse, brother, let me explain it. Says it's just a loan, says he was gonna pay it back. Jesse's voice stays quiet, quieter than Ray's ever heard it. $10,000, Ray, that ain't a loan, that's just a theft. and that's a fact. Ray's face goes hard and cold, the smoothness dropping off him. Says you got so much, Jesse, more than you could ever spend. You forgot where you came from, forgot the ones who helped you get there. Jesse feels the words land like a fist he can't defend. For a long moment, neither one of them said anything. The lobby noise kept going around them, a bellhop with a cart, a woman laughing on a payphone, the everyday sounds of a world that had no idea two brothers were breaking apart right there. On a red carpet under a chandelier, Jesse thought about Ray's mama, who used to feed them both. On the nights Jesse's own house had nothing on the stove. He thought about the miles they'd walked together as boys, barefoot down dirt roads with nothing but dreams and half a harmonica between them. He wanted to be angrier than he was. Mostly what he felt was tired the way a man feels when he realizes a story he'd been telling himself was never quite as true as he needed it to be. I trusted you, Jesse finally said, not loud, just true. Ray didn't have an answer for that, nobody ever does. Ray walks away before the whole thing turns into a scene. Says he'll have the money back before the week is through. Jesse stands alone beneath the chandelier's cold shining, wondering how many other lies he's letting slip on through. Something Jesse held so dear. 6 strings and a paper trail, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass, it's heavy in a hand that's shaking now. 6 strings and a paper trail, everything now failed. Big Sam warned me clearly, I just didn't know how. Dad's guitar is witness to a brother's broken vow. 6 strings and a paper trail, I can't stop it now. The chandelier keeps burning cold and bright above the lobby. Jesse walks up to his room, the papers folded in his hand. 6 strings waiting silent where it left him by the window, wondering how much more of this a tired heart can stand. Three days on that track now, following the ghost of a train that already gone. My feet don't know nothing but forward no more. I walk till the soles of my boots wore thin. I walk till the soles of my boots wore thin. Following them rails like they lead me back to her again. Slept under a water tower, stars for a roof. Slept under a water tower, stars for a roof. 6 strings for a pillow. says take your time. My whiskey bottle empty, rattling in my sack. My whiskey bottle empty, rattling in my sack. Belly crying louder than the ache up in my back. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Left road says forget her, right road says take your time. I passed a farmer on a mule, he tipped his hat and stared. I passed a farmer on a mule, he tipped his hat and stared. Said, boy, you look like trouble, that them city folks ain't scared. The sun was climbing higher, my shadow shrinking small. The sun was climbing higher, my shadow shrinking small. I heard a juke joint humming from behind a withered wall. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Left road says forget her, right road says take your time. There's a sign that read Clarksville, paint all cracked and old. There's a sign that read Clarksville, paint all cracked and old. I ain't got a nickel, but I got a story to be told. Now my daddy used to say there's a place where two roads cross, and the devil don't care which way you walkin' long as you walkin' lost. I stood there at that fork with an empty bottle and a hungry gut, and I thought about turning back, finding that midnight train, dragging Delilah home by the wrist if I had to. But something in me, something stronger than the missing her, said, Jesse, that girl gave you a gift and didn't even know it. She gave you a reason to finally play that guitar like you mean it. So I picked a road, didn't matter much which one. I picked the one with music coming off it. And I started something new. Hey, Jesse! Play that thing! Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, but now I know it's mine. I'm standing at the crossroads, leaving her behind. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, new kind of time. Crossroads, morning light, first coin drop in that guitar case. Yeah, that's the sound of starting over. That's the sound. That's the sound. Watched a stranger's foot start to go. The waitress turned it up for me. Didn't know that voice was mine. The waitress turned it up for me. Didn't know that voice was mine. I just sat there grinning quiet, feeling warm from head to spine. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Said, kid, the phone's been ringing off the hook. They want you cross the land. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. I laughed and told her money don't mean much, but she just rolled her eyes, sweetheart. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. He didn't say much, just good for you, son. His voice sounded incomplete. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields, becoming Memphis's brightest star. Shows in Nashville, Little Rock and Baton Rouge. Red booked me shows in Nashville, Little Rock and Baton Rouge. Said this is just the beginning, kid. Wait till the whole South's got the blues. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. Slept in cars and cheap hotels, but Lord, my star just kept in rows. Somewhere between Nashville and Little Rock, I stopped counting the miles. Started counting crowds instead. 500 here, 1,000 there. Folks singing my own words back at me louder than I could sing them myself. It should have felt like everything I ever wanted. And for a while, Lord help me, it did. But late at night, in some strange hotel room, guitar laying next to me, like the only friend who really knew me anymore. I think about Big Sam's fiddle humming soft in the copper kettle, and I'd wonder when exactly the music stopped being about the hurt and started being about the crowd. I didn't have an answer. I just kept packing my bag for the next town. Always just to catch the eye. Rosalie started traveling with me, always just to catch the eye. Ray was always closing deals, counting money on the slide. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of
what was true. Started believing my own name in life more than the boy I used to know.
Every town looked just the same, another stage, another life. Every town looked just the same, another stage, another life.
I'd search the crowd, sometimes half open to see Delilah in the light.
I'm spinning on the air now, but who's the man they hear? Who's the man? I'm spinning on the air now, further gone with every year. Every year.
Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but I'm losing who is standing here. Church on a Saturday in June. The whole town gathered at the little church on a Saturday in June. Willie stood up as my best man. Mark was playing a wedding tune. The Ritter cried before the service, even had a chance to start. The Ritter cried before the service, even had a chance to start. Said Jesse Cole, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. I forgot every word I practiced, just stood there struck by the sight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. I thought about my own daddy, watching somewhere up aloft. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. Wished he could have seen this day, wished he could understand. But I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. Every lesson that he taught me, guiding me down this very track. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Big Sam made the
the trip from Clarksville. Fiddle tucked beneath his arm, said wouldn't miss this for the world, boy. Wouldn't miss seeing you find your calm. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. Old Oates sent his blessing too, said the kettle wished us well from there. Standing there with Junie's hand in mine, watching Big Sam's fiddle dance under the Mississippi sun, I thought about every mile that brought me to this exact moment. Delilah's empty house, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Ray Kingston's cold office, Rosalie's silence, the long walk back to a town I thought I'd lost forever. None of it felt like wasted time anymore. It felt like a road that had to bend through every one of them places to lead me here, to a church full of people who love me plain and honest, to a woman who never once needed me to be anybody but myself. Big Sam caught my eye across the churchyard and gave me a nod, the same nod he gave me the very first day he found me singing on a corner. I understood it now, the way I couldn't back then. Some men build you up, some men just walk beside you till you find your own way up. The reception spilled out into the reddest yard, tables full of food and song. The reception spilled out into the reddest yard, tables full of food and song. Willie Marcus led the band, playing loud and playing long. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. I danced with Loretta after, thanking her again and again. There's the sun went down on Jackson, I pulled Junie close and swayed. There's the sun went down on Jackson, I pulled Junie close and swayed. Told her every hard road brought me here, and I'm glad I never strayed. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and now she's carrying my name. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ain't never felt so free as shame. Got sick strings on my shoulder and a love that puts every road to shame. Her name was Rosalie. She told me on a Tuesday night. Her name was Rosalie. She told me on a Tuesday night. Sat right up front at the kettle, underneath the dim red light. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. Said a voice like mine could make a grown man dance in the rain. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing, whispering sweet words that had my better sense delaying. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. She run with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. Been so long since somebody looked at me and broke that lonesome spell. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. Short suit, gold ring, a smile that seemed to promise so much more. Ray walked up to me easy, shook my hand like we were old friends. Heard you're the one lighting up the kettle these days, he said. Got an ear for talent, Jesse Cole, I know people, real people. Promoters up in Memphis looking for a sound just like yours. Rosalie stood there smiling like she already knew the ending to this story. Big Sam just watched from the bar, didn't say a word. But I saw his jaw tighten up like he was biting back a warning. He already gave me once and knew I wasn't gonna hear again. I shook Ray's hand anyway, Lord help me, I shook his hand. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Rosalie slid in close beside me, said don't he treat you right. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I was too caught up in the shine to see what he was trying to hide. Watch out now. walking into a brand new day. In the room above the bar. 3 weeks now I'm sleeping in the room above the bar. Big Sam's teaching me the tricks that made him who we are. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. That's the sound of a woman leaving, Big Sam testified. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The crowd got bigger every Friday, word got round the town. The crowd got bigger every Friday, word got round the town. That cold boy's got a fire is what I heard get passed around. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. Caught my stare one night. A woman with green eyes and a red dress caught my stare one night. Big Sam elbowed me and laughed, said, "Boy, you ain't near all right." I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. But that whiskey glass in front of me kept calling out one more time. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The owner man named Oates pulled me over after last call. The owner man named Oates pulled me over after last call. Said, "Cole, I'll pay you regular if you play here through the fall." Big Sam found me out back counting my first real payday. More money than I made picking cotton in a month. He didn't say congratulations, he just looked at me hard and said, "Careful now, Jesse, this town's sweet on you tonight." But sweetness turns quick when the crowd wants more than you got to give. I seen good men chase that applause till they forgot why they picked up the guitar in the first place. I laughed it off, then told him I could handle a little shine. Lord, I wish I'd listened closer to that old man that night. Kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. But that green-eyed woman kept on smiling from her corner all alone. Down at the copper kettle, I ain't just passing through no more. Down at the copper kettle, they're calling out for an encore. Got 6 strings and a steady wage and a green-eyed girl I can't ignore. 10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. 10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. Woke up in Baton Rouge this morning, couldn't recall where I'd been the day before. They slid a paper across the table, said sign here one more year. Ray slid a paper across the table, said sign here one more year. I signed it without reading close, my mind was somewhere far from here. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. Told the driver stop the car a minute, let this old feeling unload. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. Thought about my mama's hands and how different they were from mine. Rosalie called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. Rosalie called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. But something in that cotton field kept begging me to stay. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. Told him about the lights and crowds, but couldn't fake a smile. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. He wrote back just a few short lines, words warm but bittersweet. Big Sam's letter said, Jesse, the kettle's still standing, still smells the same. Still got that crack in the floor where you used to tap your foot. Folks ask about you sometimes, I tell them you're doing just fine. Selling records, filling up them big arenas. But I hope somewhere in all that shine, you still remember that the blues don't come from applause, son, it comes from truth. And I worry sometimes, way out here, that you're trading one for the other. I read that letter maybe 10 times that night, sitting alone in a hotel room 3 states from anywhere I called home. Rosalie asleep in the next room, Ray's contract sitting on the dresser. And for the first time in a long time, I picked up my guitar and played something nobody paid to hear. Something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. I got back in that car anyway, headed for the next bright town. machines than I'd ever been shown. A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found?" A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found." Let's hear that Delta fire. Everybody's talking around this town. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I stepped up to do that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. My fingers shook a little, trying hard to understand. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. Thought of Big Sam's steady hands and every word of his refrain. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. Even Ray stopped smiling wide, felt a kind of honest chill. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Said, "Boy, where in the world did Ray Kingston find a voice like that? Such grace." Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. For a moment I forgot the deal, forgot about the rest. There's a feeling that comes when a room full of strangers goes quiet. Just to hear what's coming out of you, I ain't got words fancy enough for it. For a minute, I wasn't thinking about Ray's contract or Rosalie's smile, or the money Hargrove kept talking about like it was already mine. I was just a boy with his daddy's guitar, singing the same song I used to sing on that empty porch the night Delilah left. Funny thing about heartbreak, you carry it so long, it starts sounding like the only honest thing you know how to play. Hargrove clapped his hands together and said, "Let's cut a record." And just like that, everything changed. In his head already, spending round the town. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. First time since Delilah left me that I felt like I could thrive. That's the sound. Hargrove said we'll press it up, get it spinning. everywhere.
Under the starlight sound, they found a voice they came for. Under the starlight sound, I gave them something worth fighting for.
Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a record they're pressing to the core. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room. Waking up to Oates sweeping and the smell of morning coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. He never once said I told you so, just help me sort the truth from the shine. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. He just smiled and shook his head, said, son, that ain't what this is about. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. You didn't come back here to hide, he said you came back here to see. You didn't come back here to hide, he said you came back here to see what kind of man you want to be now that the choice is finally free. I thought about Delilah's midnight train still rolling somewhere out there. I thought about Delilah's midnight train still rolling somewhere out there. Thought about every road I'd walked since every burden I used to bear. For the first time since that night she left, I didn't feel the ache the same. For the first time since that night she left, I didn't feel the ache the same. It had turned to something quieter, more like a well-worn, honest name. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. Big Sam pulled out an old-worn map, spread it across the bar. Big Sam pulled out an old-worn map, spread it across the bar. Said there's towns out there ain't never heard a note from your guitar. You could stay here safe with me and Oates, play it easy, play it slow. You could stay here safe with me and Oates, play it easy, play it slow. Or you could go find out what kind of music comes from a man who chooses where he'll go. I sat with that map a long while, tracing roads I'd never walked, towns with names I couldn't pronounce, rivers I'd only heard about in songs. And I realized something Big Sam had been trying to teach me, since the very first night he found me singing on that street corner. The music was never about ending up anywhere. It was about the walking itself. The towns, the strangers, the bar rooms and the porches, the heartbreak turned to sound. Delilah's leaving put me on this road, Rosalie. And Ray tried to build me a cage along the way, but the road was always mine, every mile of it, whether I could see that or not. I folded that map and looked at Big Sam. I ain't running this time, I told him I'm choosing. He nodded slow, poured us both one more drink, and said, "That's the only kind of leaving that ever amounts to anything, son." In my hand, Big Sam and Oates both walked out to see me off across that land. "Don't be a stranger," Big Sam said, "boy, it's a little rough and low." "Don't be a stranger," Big Sam said, "boy, it's a little rough and low. This town will still be standing whenever you got somewhere to go." I hugged him tight, an old man's arm still steadier than my own. Thanked him for every lesson, every warning he had shown. I walked out past the edge of town where the highway stretched out wide. I walked out past the edge of town where the highway stretched out wide. No contract, no green-eyed woman, just the open road and my own stride. Oh, this is where the story bends, and I'm choosing where to go, where to go. This is where the story bends, and only I get to say how it floats. How it floats, got 6 strings on my shoulder, and a road everywhere I go. Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room, waking up the odor sweeping and the smell of moan coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. He never once said I told you so, just help me set the truth from the shine. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I asked Big Days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room, waking up the odor sweeping and the smell of money coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. 6 more towns to play, 6 more weeks left on the tour, 6 more towns to play. I counted every one of them down like a debt I had to pay. Ray still smile that easy smile whenever we cross paths. Ray still smile that easy smile whenever we cross paths. Like nothing had been said that night, like there's been no aftermath. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. The crowd in Little Rock was bigger than I'd ever seen before. The crowd in Little Rock was bigger than I'd ever seen before. Thousands singing back my own words, louder than a Delta storm. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. Backstage before going on, guitar resting in my hand. I stood backstage before going on, guitar resting in my hand. Thought about every mile I'd walked from that cotton picking land. Thought about the lighter's empty house, the note upon the table. Thought about the lighter's empty house, the note upon the table. Thought about Big Sam's steady hands, teaching me what I was able. Thought about Rosalie's green eyes and how they lied so well. Thought about Rosalie's green eyes and how they lied so well. Thought about Ray Kingston's gold rings and the story that they tell. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. I walked out on that stage and the whole arena roared. I walked out on that stage and the whole arena roared. I looked out past the footlights and I felt something restored. Not the fame, not the money, not the flashing of the light. Not the fame, not the money, not the flashing of the light. Just the honest feeling of a song sung true and right. I played every note like it was the only one I had left. I played every note like it was the only one I had left. Poured out every mile of heartbreak, every gift and every theft. Somewhere in the middle of that final set, I stopped playing Ray Kingston's song. I mean, the song still had his name stamped on the record label, but for the first time in over a year, I wasn't playing for the crowd, wasn't playing for the money, wasn't even playing to prove Ray wrong. I was playing for that boy who stood on an empty porch with his daddy's dusty guitar, promising himself a life bigger than the one waiting for him in them cotton fields. I looked down at all them faces, strangers everyone, and I understood something Big Sam tried to tell me a long time ago. The crowd don't own the music owns itself. Ray could own my name on a piece of paper. He can never own what came out when I close my eyes and play.
like a man torn asunder. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. Found Ray waiting in the wings with that same familiar frown. Best show of the tour, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. Best show of the tour, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. Best show of the tour, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. I looked at his hand a long moment before I made my stand. That's the last hand of mine you'll shake, I told him calm and clear. That's the last hand of mine you'll shake, I told him calm and clear. Tour's over tonight, pray I'm done, I'm finally out of here. This was the last show for Kingston, and now his chain is broke. This was the last show for Kingston, I said the words I spoke. I stood there breathing hard, feeling like a man torn asunder. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. Found Ray waiting in the wings with that same familiar frown. But Ray still smiled, that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Ray still smiled, that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Like nothing had been said that night, like there'd been no aftermath. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston.
It was deep into the autumn when Junie's pains began. It was deep into the autumn when Junie's pains began. I ran for the midwife barefoot, the guitar left behind, just a running man. Loretta came to sit with her, steady hands and steady voice. Loretta came to sit with her, steady hands and steady voice. Told me, men, wait outside for this one. Jesse ain't really got a choice. The night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on the first cry to come along. Willie sat with me the whole night through, passing round a flask of rye. Willie sat with me the whole night through, passing round a flask of rye. Said, I remember pacing just like this, thought that I would die. The night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. Hours passed like they were years, the house lit up with lamps. Hours passed like they were years, the house lit up with lamps. I prayed the way my
smiling white, said, come on in and see. Loretta came out smiling white, said, come on in and see. I ran inside with shaking hands, heart pounding, fierce and free. The night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. Junie lay there tired and glowing, holding something small and new. Junie lay there tired and glowing, holding something small and new. She looked up at me smiling, said, Jesse, come meet him, come on through. I sat down slow beside the bed, hands too rough for something so small. I sat down slow beside the bed, hands too rough for something so small. She placed him in my arms so gentle, and I forgot my fears, forgot them all. I held that boy in my arms, and I couldn't find a single word for a long, long while. I thought about my own daddy, about the guitar he left me, about every hard road that guitar carried me down before it ever led me here. I thought about Delilah's midnight train, about how far that heartbreak had pushed me before it finally turned into something worth finding. I looked down at my son, tiny fingers wrapped around my thumb, and I made him the same kind of promise my daddy probably made to me. Without ever saying it out loud, I promised I'd teach him every honest thing. I learned the hard way, so maybe he wouldn't have to learn it quite so hard himself. Junie watched me with tears in her eyes and said, what are we naming him, Jesse? I didn't even have to think on it, Samuel. I said, Samuel Cole, after the man who taught his daddy what the blues was really for. Then Big Sam near about cried when we told him the name we chose. Big Sam near about cried when we told him the name we chose. Said, well, I reckon that's the finest thing that this old fiddler knows. Willie and Marcus came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm. Willie and Marcus came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm. Said, welcome to the world, little Sam. May you grow up free from harm. Watching him breathe soft and steady, singing low till near the break of dawn. Oh, the night our boy was born changed me more than any stage. More than any stage. The night our boy was born turned a brand new honest page. A brand new page. Got 6 strings on the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. Well, he sat with me the whole night through, passing round a flask of rye. Said, well, I reckon that's the finest thing that this old fiddler knows. Willie and Marcus came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm. Willie and Marcus came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm. Said, welcome to the world, little Sam. May you grow up free from harm. Crib long after everyone had gone. I sat that night beside the crib long after everyone had gone, watching
Letter comes from Callaway's lawyers, thick as any Bible. Says the label wants a meeting, says there's trouble with the books. Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out raised $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says the label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis, owns the masters, owns the publishing, owns near everything. Jesse feels his stomach drop the way it did that night at Beale Street, when he first picked up the pen and thought he understood the thing. You signed it, Mr. Cole, the lawyer says without much feeling. Standard clause, we all agree to terms we rarely read. Jesse thinks about his daddy's warning about the fine print. Thinks about the pen he took too quick, too full of need. Callaway won't take his calls now, hiding behind secretaries. The friendly grin from Beale Street traded for a closing door. Jesse learns the hardest lesson of the whole big shining city, that the men who raised him up can drop him faster than before. The tour dates start to cancel, one then two, then near a dozen. Word spreads quick through Nashville that the Cole boys cause to stir. Jesse sits alone in hotel rooms that used to feel like kingdoms, watching all the diamonds turn to something dark and blurred. And the phone stops ringing daily, and the crowds start growing thin, and the paper that once raised him now is closing tight. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. 6 strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing to hold on to is written down in someone else's mind. Jesse calls Big Sam collect, first time in near a year now. Voice cracking just a little when he says, Sam, I messed up bad. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't say I told you so, boy. Just says, come on home a while, son, ain't nothing here that's had. But Jesse can't come home just yet, their show's still under contract. Lawyers say he's bound to play or face a bigger loss. Jesse picks his daddy's guitar up heavier than ever, walks out to another stage, another debt, another cost. That night before the show, Jesse sat backstage alone and read through the contract one more time, slow, word by word. The way his daddy always told him to. Too late for it to matter now, but he read it anyway, like a man walking back through a house that's already burned down, just to understand how the fire started. He found his own signature at the bottom of page after page, each one a little smaller, a little more rushed than the last, like even his own hand had been getting tired of pretending to pay attention. He thought about the boy on the platform in the rain, holding a business card like it was made of glass. That boy hadn't known what glass could cut you. Jesse closed the contract and set it down, and picked up his guitar instead, the one document in his whole life that had never once tried to trick him. At least I still got you, he said quiet, to no one, to the strings. The show that night is smaller than the ones from just months back. Empty seats scattered like missing teeth throughout the hall. Jesse plays anyway, plays is honest like the old days back in Clarksdale. Feel something strange and almost peaceful, even as things fall.
Harmonica answers, that's all I've got tonight. Silence and reed tangled in the half-filled hall. Two sounds holding steady, though everything might fall. Six strings in a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract, signed too fast, too blind. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing. Big Sam's waiting patient, Delilah's far behind. Daddy's guitar is all that's left of everything that's mine. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, I'm running out of time. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. The marquee lights start flickering, some bulbs already burned out. Jesse walks out to the empty street where his Cadillac still waits. Six strings across his shoulder like the day he left the Delta. Wondering if all this steep still has a floor that waits. A letter comes from Callaway's lawyers, thick as any Bible. Says a label wants a meeting, says there's trouble with the books. Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out I raised $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says a label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis. Oh,
Ray called a meeting at his office, paper spread across the desk. Ray called a meeting at his office, paper spread across the desk. Said, all right, Jesse, let's talk numbers. Let's see what you think you're worth. I sat down slow, my lawyer friend beside me with his own set of notes. I sat down slow, my lawyer friend beside me with his own set of notes. Ray's smile was tight around the edges, like a man defending what he wrote. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. He offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. He offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. I looked him dead in the eye and said, I built that sound, Ray, I was there. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar like he's granting me what's mine. My lawyer slid a counter off across the polished wooden desk. My lawyer slid a counter off across the polished wooden desk. Ray's face went red a moment, then he leaned back unimpressed. You think you're bigger than the label, bigger than the man who made you known? You think you're bigger than the label, bigger than the man who made you known? I said I made myself Ray. I just let you make the phone. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. Oh, Rosalie sat outside the office the whole time, wouldn't come inside. Rosalie sat outside the office the whole time, wouldn't come inside. When I stepped out after, her eyes looked like she'd already cried. I asked her what was wrong, she just shook her head and looked away. I asked her what was wrong, she just shook her head and looked away. Said, you're changing, Jesse, getting harder with every passing day. I told her maybe hard is what a man's gotta be in this town. I told her maybe hard is what a man's gotta be in this town. She just walked off toward the car without letting her guard down. 3 days of back and forth, Ray's lawyers arguing every clause. 3 days of back and forth, Ray's lawyers arguing every clause. I didn't back down once, held firm on every pause. Finally Ray threw up his hand, said, fine Jesse, 40%, that's it. Finally Ray threw up his hand, said, fine Jesse, 40%, that's it. But don't you forget who found you singing on that Clarksville strip. I shook Ray's hand that day, and for the first time in a long while, it didn't feel like signing away another piece of myself. It felt like taking one back small as it was 40%. Instead of a nickel, it felt like the first honest thing that had happened between us since Clarksville. But driving home that night, Rosalie quiet beside me, staring out the window like she was somewhere far from that car. I couldn't shake the feeling that winning this fight cost me something. I hadn't noticed leaving Big Sam used to say a man can win every battle and still lose the war if he ain't watching close. What kind of man he's becoming in the winning. I looked over at Rosalie, she didn't look back. I wondered, not for the first time, if she was still on my side at all, or if she'd been counting Ray's numbers right alongside him the whole time. That night I sat alone with my guitar, 40% heavier in my chest. That night I sat alone with my guitar, 40% heavier in my chest, wondering if a bigger cut or something broken still counts as something blessed. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. The blues don't come from applause, son, kept ringing like a distant note. Ray, save a bottle of whiskey over, said no hard feelings, kid. Ray, send a bottle of whiskey over, said no hard feelings, kid. I poured a glass and stared at it.
before I ever said. We're splitting the take now, and I finally got a real share. A real share, real. We're splitting the take now, but something still ain't square. Still ain't square. Got 6 strings on my shoulder. Feels like he's granting me what's mine. Oh, he offered me a quarter of the record sales. Said that's more than fair. He offered me a quarter of the record sales. Said that's more than fair. What wonder did in the eye. Said I built that sound, Ray, I was there. Well, splitting the tape now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the tape now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. He offered me a quarter of the record sales. Said that's more than fair. He offered me a quarter of the record sales. Said that's more than fair. I looked him dead in the eye and said I built that sound, Ray, I was there. We're splitting the tape now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the tape now. 3 days I didn't touch that guitar, didn't sing a single note. 3 days I didn't touch that guitar, didn't sing a single note. Sat in that hotel room, staring at the words that Ray had wrote. Rosalie tried to talk me around, brought me coffee, brought me wine. Rosalie tried to talk me around, brought me coffee, brought me wine. Said, baby, don't throw it all away just 'cause of some fine line. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. Every dollar that they hand me costs another piece of me. The promoter called about a show in Nashville 3 nights away. The promoter called about a show in Nashville 3 nights away. Ray answered for me like he always does. Said he'll be there, don't you worry none, he'll play. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. Every dollar that they hand me costs another piece of me. I looked at Rosalie close that night, really looked for the first time in a while. I looked at Rosalie close that night, really looked for the first time in a while. Saw the way she watched Ray's face for a nod before she'd smile. I asked her plain, who do you answer to, me or him? I asked her plain, who do you answer to, me or him? She looked away and didn't speak, and that told me more than words within. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. I'm living in a cage of gold, bars too pretty to see. Every dollar that they hand me costs another piece of me. At midnight, quiet as a passing breeze. I packed my bag at midnight, quiet as a passing breeze. Thought about just walking out, leaving Ray down on his knees. But then I thought of all them fans who paid to hear my name. But then I thought of all them fans who paid to hear my name, and wondered if running now would make me just the same. I sat by that window a long while, bag packed, hand on the door. And I thought about the night I left Delilah's empty house. How running felt like freedom then, like the only honest thing to do. But
This time was different, this time running meant leaving behind every soul who trusted my voice to mean something true. I thought about Big Sam's fiddle, about the boy who ended up washing dishes with his name erased from a record he built with his own two hands. I wasn't gonna let that be me, not yet, not without a fight. I put my bag down, I picked up my guitar instead. If Ray Kingston owned my name, then I was gonna make that name worth more than he ever bargained for. Morning came and I found Ray sitting calm behind his desk. Morning came and I found Ray sitting calm behind his desk. I told him plain, I'll play your shows, but I want a piece I can invest. He laughed at first, then saw I wasn't joking in my eyes. He laughed at first, then saw I wasn't joking in my eyes. Said, careful, Jesse contracts don't take kindly to surprise. Watch him now. I told him I'd keep singing, keep filling up his hall. I told him I'd keep singing, keep filling up his hall. But the day I find a way around him, Lord, I'm taking it all. I'm living in a cage of gold, but I'm learning where it bends. I'm living in a cage of gold. This ain't how the story ends. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, the father the Ray can't comprehend. Fast at a winner, first smile, first two, first word. Little Sam grew fast at a winner, first smile, first two, first word. I hated leaving for the circuit, hated every mile I heard. Julie stand out on the porch with Sam propped up on her hip. Julie stand out on the porch with Sam propped up on her hip. Waving till the truck was gone, a brave smile on her lip. There's lullabies and long roads now, pulling at me 2 ways. There's lullabies and long roads now, telling me to stay, telling me to raise a family and a livelihood, trying to balance out my days. Well, he had a girl himself now, Mark is married that same year. Well, he had a girl himself now, Mark is married that same year. We talk about our children more than any song, more than any beer. There's lullabies and long roads now, pulling at me 2 ways. There's lullabies and long roads now, telling me to stay, telling me to raise a family and a livelihood, trying to balance out my days. Yeah. I started writing Sam a lullaby, something soft to hum him down. I started writing Sam a lullaby, something soft to hum him down. First tender song I'd made in years that wasn't shaped by pain or frown. I'd sing it to him every night I was home before the lamp went dim. I'd sing it to him every night I was home before the lamp went dim. June said the nights I traveled, she'd hum it too just for him. The band started cutting down our shows, 3 towns instead of 6. The band started cutting down our shows, 3 towns instead of 6. Willie said family first, now cold. That's the only real fix. There's a lullabies and long roads now, pulling at me two ways. There's a lullabies and long roads now, telling me to stay, telling me to raise a family and a livelihood, trying to balance out my days. I missed his first steps on a Tuesday, out playing in Meridian town. I missed his first steps on a Tuesday, out playing in Meridian town. Junie wrote to tell me gentle, tried her best to soften down. I sat in that hotel room and cried first tears in a long, long time. I first sat in that hotel room and cried first tears in a long, long time. Realized no amount of music was worth missing pieces of a life so fine. I sat with that letter in my hands a long while that night in Meridian, thinking about my own daddy, about how much of my growing up he missed working them cotton fields just to keep us fed. I never once blamed him for it, but I remembered wishing, quiet as a boy could wish, that he'd been there more, just to see the ordinary things, not just the church recitals or the big days, but the small ones, the first steps, the first words, the nights before sleep. I thought about the road, about how much of my life had been running towards something or away from something else. I decided right there I wasn't gonna let my boy grow up, wondering where his daddy was during all the small important moments. The music would still be there. Sam's first steps only happened once. Slow it down more. I talked to Willie and Marcus, told them I needed to slow it down more. They understood completely, said we'll hold the fort. That's what friends are for. We cut our touring down to weekends, kept close enough to get back quick. We cut our touring down to weekends, kept close enough to get back quick. I started teaching Sam his letters instead of chorus, patient, slow and thick. I didn't miss another first after that, made sure of everyone. I didn't miss another first after that, made sure of everyone. First laugh, first run, first fishing trip out under the setting sun. There's a lullabies and long road still, but now I know which one comes first. Which comes first? Lullabies and long road still, and I finally quenched that old time thirst. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and the sun, I'll never know the worst. Himself now, Mark is married that same year. Well, he had a girl himself now, Mark is married that same year. I hated leaving before the circuit, hated every mile I heard. Julie stand out on the porch with St. propped up on her hip. Julie stand out on the porch with St. propped up on her hip. Julie stand out on the porch with St. propped up on her hip. Wave until the trip was gone, a bright smile on her lip. Well, Red came back the following week with papers in his hand. Red came back the following week with papers in his hand. Said, sign right here, Jesse Cole, and I'll make you a household name across this land. He talked about a studio, a record with my name in bold. He talked about a studio, a record with my name in bold. Talked about money coming in faster than a river when it's cold. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Saying, Jesse, this could be the best decision of your time. Rosalie sat close beside me, whispering, go on and sign. Rosalie sat close beside me, whispering, go on and sign. Said, don't you want to give me nice things? Don't you want that life to shine? Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Saying, Jesse, this could be the best decision of your time. Big Sam sat quiet in the corner, fiddle resting on his knee. Big Sam sat quiet in the corner, fiddle resting on his knee. Didn't say a word that whole night, just kept staring straight at me. I asked him after closing time, Sam, why won't you speak your mind? I asked him after closing time, Sam, why won't you speak your mind? He said, you already made your choice, boy, I can see it in your eyes shining. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Saying, Jesse, this could be the best decision of your time. I told Big Sam it's just a contract, don't mean I'm leaving you. I told Big Sam it's just a contract, don't mean I'm leaving you. He said, son, contracts like that got a way of making old friends few. I ain't saying don't go chase it, every young man's got that right. I ain't saying don't go chase it, every young man's got that right. Just remember who was here before that suit walked in that night. Big Sam poured himself a drink, the first I'd seen him take in weeks. And he told me about a boy he knew back in his younger days, a fiddle player twice as good as Sam ever claimed to be, who signed his name to a fella just like Ray, all smiles and gold rings. And 3 years later, that boy was washing dishes in a Memphis diner. His name nowhere on the record that made somebody else rich. I ain't telling you this to scare you, Jesse, Sam said. I'm telling you, 'cause somebody should have told me. Read every line, trust the music, not the man selling it. I nodded like I understood. Truth is, I already had that pen in my pocket, and Rosalie's green eyes were the only thing I could really see that night.
to begin. I look back once at the copper kettle, at the room above the bar. I look back once at the copper kettle, at the room above the bar. Thought about Big Sam's tired eyes, and how far I'd come, how far. This is it. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and now it's stuck in mine too. Stuck in mine. He's got Memphis on his mind, and Lord knows what he'll do. What'll he do? Got 6 strings and a signed paper, and a whole new life breaking through. We played a rowdy joint downtown, tougher crowd than we'd ever seen. 2 men started fighting near the stage over something mean. Willie stepped between them, trying to calm the whole thing down. Willie stepped between them, trying to calm the whole thing down. One of them swung wide and caught him, sent him spinning to the ground. Jail, cold bars in the concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars in the concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I'd do it all once more. I didn't think, just swung right back, defending my old friend. I didn't think, just swung right back, defending my old friend. The law showed up and grabbed us both before the night could end. Jail, cold bars on the concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars on the concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I'd do it all once more. Sat across the cell, holding ice against his eye. Willie sat across the cell, holding ice against his eye. Said, sorry, Jesse, didn't mean to drag you into this here alibi. I told him, man, that's what a friend is for, don't you worry none. I told him, man, that's what a friend is for, don't you worry none. He laughed despite the bruise and said, well, this sure ain't how the night was supposed to run. In the corner cell started singing something low. And old drunk in the corner cell started singing something low. I recognized the tune a moment, one my own daddy used to know. Spent a
Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, cold bars and a concrete floor. Wasn't the crime I thought I'd answer for, but I'd do it all once more. Marcus came by morning with the bell, shaking his head at us both. Marcus came by morning with the bell, shaking his head at us both. Y'all's lucky Junie ain't the one who came. She'd have skinned you, that's a no. We walked out squinting in the sunlight, sore but laughing just the same. We walked out squinting in the sunlight, sore but laughing just the same. Some nights teach you more about a brother than any well-earned fame. Sitting in that cell overnight, I had plenty of time to think. Staring at them concrete walls, listening to that old drunk sing. Something close enough to one of my daddy's songs that I nearly cried right there. I thought about how different this felt from any trouble I'd known in Memphis. Ray's lawyers, Ray's fine print, Ray's version of consequences dressed up in expensive suits. This was simple, a friend got hit, I stood up for him. And we both paid a night for it, plain and honest as a debt ought to be. I realized something sitting on that cold floor. I'd rather spend 100 nights in a cell standing up for somebody who mattered than one more night. Free in some Memphis hotel room, standing up for nothing at all. Willie didn't need to thank me, the bruise on his own knuckles said plenty. Upset. Junie met us at the truck, arms crossed, trying hard to look upset. But I caught the corner of her smile before she let it set. Heroes, both of you, she said, shaking her head with a laugh. Heroes, both of you, she said, shaking her head with a laugh. I pulled her close and told her, well, somebody's gotta walk that path. Loretta shaking her head at us three. We told a story that night at supper, Loretta shaking her head at us three. But she still dished out extra plates, said, well, family's family. Spent a night in the Jackson jail, but I'd stand for Willie again. Spent a night in the Jackson jail and found out who's a real friend. A real about 6 strings on my shoulder and a brotherhood that won't bend. Threw myself into rehearsal, tried to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him have seen it coming sooner. Should have read the warning in his calm. Then she told me something I hadn't ever known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole, always has since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner. Should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered turning hollow, turning to sound. She was never mine to lose. She was Ray's hand all along. She was never mine to lose. She was Ray's hand all along. Sent to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I heard that warning with my own two ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room. The one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me. Never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside a little chapel on the edge of downtown. Sat down on the steps, and for the first time since Delilah left, I let myself cry right there in the middle of Memphis. A famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. Thought about tearing up that contract, but knew I still had something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make Ray Kingston hear. Never yours. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I said, I know about Rosalie. For once, his easy smile turned grim. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, but now the whole truth's clear. Truth is clear. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere, going nowhere. They got strangely coming sooner. Should've read the warning in his calm. just staring out the window with a distance in her eyes. I asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. She asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. But tired don't explain the way her warmth has slow retired. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. She used to wait by the stage door, now she waits in the car instead. She used to wait by the stage door, now she waits in the car instead. Used to hang on every word I sang, now there's just quiet words unsaid. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I saw her one night on the phone, voice low back turned to me. I saw her one night on the phone, voice slow back turned to me. Caught the name Ray fall soft between the words I couldn't see. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. But something in my gut kept whispering what my mind wouldn't let in. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I brought her flowers on Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. I brought her flowers on a Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. She smiled polite and thanked me kindly, but her eyes stayed on the black. I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? She looked at me a long, long moment, said, Jesse, I don't rightly know. That answer sat heavier on me than any fine print Ray ever wrote. I'd spent so long fighting for percentages and contracts, I never stopped to ask if the woman standing next to me through it all was even still standing there for me, or just for what I'd become. I thought about Delilah, about the note she left on that kitchen table. I can't live here watching you stay the same. Funny how a man can change. So much on the outside, the suits, the crowds, the 40%, and still end up losing a woman for reasons that sound near the same. Rosalie touched my hand that night, gentle, almost sad, like she was already saying goodbye without the words to match. I ain't leaving yet, she said, but I don't know how much longer I can watch you disappear. Sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. I didn't sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. Kept replaying every word she said, searching for what I'd confess. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. Said gone to clear my head a while. Jesse, try to understand.
outside.
There's a silence coming on Rosalie, and now she's finally gone. There's a silence coming on Rosalie, but I gotta carry on. I got 6 strings on my shoulder and another
Empty dawn.
The table said sign here one more year. I signed it without reading close. My mind was somewhere far from here. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. Told the driver, stop the car a minute, let this old feeling unload. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. Fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. Thought about my mama's hands and how different they were from mine. Rosalie called from the car, said, Jesse, we ain't got all day. Rosalie called from the car, said, Jesse, we ain't got all day. But something in that cotton field kept begging me to stay. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. Told him about the lights and crowds, but couldn't fake a smile. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood on that street. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. He wrote back just a few short lines, words worn but bittersweet. Big Sam's letter said, Jesse, the kettle's still standing, still smells the same. Still got that crack in the floor where you used to tap your foot. Folks ask about you, sometimes I tell them you're doing just fine. Selling records, filling up them big arenas. But I hope somewhere in all that shine you still remember that the blues don't come from applause, son, it comes from truth. And I worry sometimes, way out here, that you're trading one for the other. I read that letter maybe 10 times that night, sitting alone in a hotel room 3 states from anywhere I called home. Rosalie asleep in the next room, Ray's contract sitting on the dresser. And for the first time in a long time, I picked up my guitar and played something nobody paid to hear. Without a show. Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. He laughed and said, kid, that ain't how this business goes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies.
Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. He laughed and said, "Kid, that ain't how this business goes." I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. 6 more weeks left on the tour, 6 more towns to play. 6 more weeks left on the tour, 6 more towns to play. I counted every one of them down like a debt I had to pay. Ray still smiled that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Ray still smiled that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Like nothing had been said that night, like there'd been no aftermath. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. Well, the crowd in Little Rock was bigger than I'd ever seen before. The crowd in Little Rock was bigger than I'd ever seen before. Thousands singing back my own words louder than a Delta storm. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. Before going on, guitar resting in my hand. I stood backstage before going on, guitar resting in my hand. Thought about every mile I'd walk from that cotton picking land. Thought about Delilah's empty house, a note upon the table. Thought about Delilah's empty house, a note upon the table. Thought about Big Sam's steady hands teaching me what I was able. Thought about Rosalie's green eyes and how they lied so well. Thought about Rosalie's green eyes and how they lied so well. Thought about Ray Kingston's gold rings and the story that they tell. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. Whatever the pain. I walked out on that stage and the whole arena roared. I walked out on that stage and the whole arena roared. I looked out past the footlights and I felt something restored. Not the money, not the flashing of the light, not the fame, not the money, not the flashing of the light, just the honest feeling of a song sung true and right. I played every note like it was the only one I had left. I played every note like it was the only one I had left. Poured out every mile of heartbreak, every gift and every theft.
Somewhere in the middle of that final set, I stopped playing Ray Kingston's song. I mean, the song still had his name stamped on the record label, but for the first time in over a year, I wasn't playing for the crowd, wasn't playing for the money, wasn't even playing to prove Ray wrong. I was playing for the boy who stood on an empty porch with his daddy's dusty guitar, promising himself a life bigger than the one waiting for him in them cotton fields. I looked out at all them faces, strangers everyone, and I understood something Big Sam tried to tell me a long time ago. The crowd don't own the music owns itself. Ray could own my name on a piece of paper, he could never own what came out when I closed my eyes and played. Oh. Torn asunder, I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. Found Ray waiting in the wings with that same familiar frown. Best show of the tour, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. Best show of the tour, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. Hand of mine you'll shake, I told him calm and clear. That's the last hand of mine you'll shake, I told him calm and clear. Tour's over tonight, Ray, I'm done, I'm finally out of here. This was the last show for Kingston, and now his chain is broke. This was the last show for Kingston. I said the words I spoke. I stood there breathing hard, feeling like a man torn asunder. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. I bowed once quiet and walked off before the lights went down. Found Ray waiting in the wings with that same familiar frown. Well, Ray still smiled that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Ray still smiled that easy smile whenever we crossed paths. Like nothing had been said that night, like there'd been no aftermath. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll wear his chain. This is the last show for Kingston, the last time I'll carry his name. After tonight I'm walking free, whatever the cost, whatever the pain. The crowd in Little Rock was bigger than I'd ever seen. I rode to Junie from a hotel room in a town I can't recall. I rode to Junie from a hotel room in a town I can't recall. Told about the crowd that night, how the music filled the hall. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. Simple words about the garden, by the hymn she hummed alone. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Willie teased me with something fierce whenever Mail caught up with us. Willie teased me something Marcus laughed along beside him, said little sister's got him good. Marcus laughed along beside him, said little sister's got him good. I just smiled and folded up the letter, kept it tucked beneath my hood. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. Every crowd a little bigger, word spreading out from door to door. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. Wondering if a road this long could still lead back again to her and him. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. I thought about staying put a while, thought about what my heart might seek. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. That's the look of a man who already knows where his heart's tied in a knot. I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Birmingham, that residency offer in my hand. Good money, steady work, everything a traveling man's supposed to want. After 2 years on the circuit, and all I could think about was Junie's handwriting, careful and plain, telling me about her garden, like it was the most important news in the world. Funny how a man can chase applause across 3 states and call it freedom, and then realize the thing he's really been chasing is a porch, a hummed hymn sung slightly wrong, and somebody who never once needed him to be anybody but exactly who he already was. I thought about Delilah's note on that kitchen table, watching you stay the same. Maybe this was different. Maybe wanting to go home to somebody wasn't staying the same at all. Maybe it was the whole point of everything the road had been teaching me. Just grinned and started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. On that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns, but soon I won't need to write. There's letters passing between towns, 'cause I'm coming home tonight. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and any bottle of wine. sun began to fall. We rolled into Jackson just as the sun began to fall. I jumped out for the truck had even stopped. Didn't wait for Willie's call. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew the exact hour I'd come walking up that road straight back to you. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. Just patted the step beside her, calm as a Sunday morning serene. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. She looked at me a long moment and said, "You look tired but complete." I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. She just nodded slow and quiet like she'd know I'd choose this way. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, it wasn't my place to bend your road. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, it wasn't my place to bend your road. But I sure am glad you chose it, glad you carried home this load. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Willie hollered from the yard, don't wait too long now, cold to speak honestly. I laughed and looked over at Junie, feeling braver than before. I laughed and looked over at Junie, feeling braver than before. Took her hand there on the porch steps, didn't need to say much more. I told Junie everything that evening. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's lies, Ray Kingston's fine print, every mile of road that led me finally to that exact porch step. She listened close, didn't flinch, didn't try to fix nothing or make it prettier than it was. When I finished, she just squeezed my hand and said, "Sounds like the road was teaching you something the whole time, Jesse. Sounds like maybe you needed to lose a few things before you knew what was worth keeping." I thought about my daddy's guitar, about Big Sam's warning, about every hard lesson wrapped up in 6 strings and a busted heart. And I thought, sitting there with Junie's hand in mine, that maybe this was what all that walking had been leading toward. Not fame, not money, not even redemption exactly. Just a porch, an honest woman, and a peace I hadn't known I was chasing. Stars came out slow above us, one by one across the sky. The stars came out slow above us, one by one across the sky. Junie hummed an old
passing through. She smiled and said, "Jesse Cole, I've been minding that since I first heard you sing true." Stay a while now. Stay a while now. Oh, we sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. We sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. For the first time in a long, long while, I wasn't making to go. Sitting on the porch steps, and for once I ain't in a hurry to leave. Sit on the porch steps, learning how to simply believe. Got 6 strings on my shoulders and a heart that finally can breathe.
The Chicago dressing room with bulbs around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville night. Someone knocks in hands and whiskey like a morning coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders, says, "Where'd you go just now? You looked a million miles away." Jesse tells her nothing, just a little tired, that's all. But Loretta's learned to see the things he doesn't say. The crowd tonight's the biggest one that Jesse's ever faced. 10,000 seats all filled with faces he don't know. Ray comes in to say the numbers, says they're breaking records. Jesse nods along, but something in him moves too slow. He picks his daddy's guitar up from its velvet case, runs his thumb along the wood worn smooth from years of hands. 6 strings, still the only thing that stayed the same since Clarksdale. The only piece of him still standing where it stands. And the crowd is already roaring, and the lights are already bright. And somewhere in the mirror, Jesse's looking for the light. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I hardly know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling. I'm chasing what I chased for, but I'm losing where to go. He walks the hallway to the stage where roadies rush around him. Ray's shouting orders like he owns the whole parade. Jesse pauses at the curtain, listens to the crowd's low thunder, remembers juke joints where the only crowd was Big Sam's trade. Lights come up and Jesse steps into the roaring shining. 10,000 voices calling out the only name he's got. Jesse smiles the practice smile and lifts his daddy's guitar, plays the opening chord and feels a small familiar spot. For 3 minutes right there under those hot stage lights. Something honest broke through all the diamonds and the whiskey. Jesse closed his eyes, and for just that one song, he wasn't the Prince of Beale Street, he wasn't a headline. He wasn't a man signing papers he never read. He was just a boy on a porch in Clarksdale, learning his daddy's chords by lamplight, playing for nobody but the crickets in the dark. The crowd roared like a flood when the song ended, and Jesse opened his eyes to 10,000 strangers clapping for a moment of truth they probably didn't even know they'd witnessed. He thought, maybe that's still in there somewhere. Maybe the Delta boy ain't gone completely. Maybe he's just buried under all this shine, waiting on somebody to dig him back out. After the show, the dressing room fills up with familiar faces. Calloway, Loretta, Ray, all talking numbers, talking fame. Jesse sits quiet in the corner with his daddy's guitar, thinking that tonight, for one song, he remembered his own name. Against his collarbone, his hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees strangers dressed for one more Nashville night. Someone knocks in hands and whiskey like a morning coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings, when his only mirror was the river steady flow. Loretta finds him staring